Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's people first. It got cold out. It's no fun.
I haven't been outside yet.
Well, it started Thursday night started to drop. I
Oh,
was in,
yeah.
I was in shorts. It was fun. Okay. Welcome to our third Saturday. Only one more left. Then y'all be ready to get out there and build HTML stuff. Um, so I put in the Slack channel the bit about the Flexbox or the Flex Direction and stuff. We're going to learn about Bootstrap next week, which is a library that does CSS for you. But we'll get into that. But the reason I was confused is because I've always used Bootstrap, and I really like it. But the way it handles rows and columns is more like a spreadsheet. So you would think your columns, you have A, B, C, like going across like that, and then your rows like one, two, three going down. Um, Flexbox does it the other way. They actually do it the same way, but the way that they say it and the way that it's handled is opposite sounding in your head. So it's kind of weird. So hopefully the little thing I put there kind of clears it up. And what kind of cleared up to me was the thing. Well, let me share my screen here. You can see what I'm talking about. Share. Okay. Move this out of the way. Okay. So this line here, can I collapse that? Okay. Okay. Kind of made it make more sense to me. So arrange your items as if they were in a row or a column rather than make items look like they're in rows or columns. So basically your items, if they're in a row, it's going to be like one item, two item, three item, like going across the row, right? And if they're in a column, it's going to be like one item, two item, three item, going down like it's in a column. Hopefully that helps. As we build, it should hopefully make more sense. Um, some other things I wanted to go over real quick. Module two. Hopefully you're all sticking around. If not, send me a message and let me know, and I'll try to talk you into it. I'm just kidding, but let me know. So I'll put the payment link out probably on Monday. It's probably the same link we already used, but don't pay that yet, so I can just verify with accounting that it is if they want a new link or not. Um, and then I think that's all the um, housekeeping stuff for now. Yeah. Any questions on the homework or the debug or anything like that? Good. Excuse me. All right. Let me see. Looks like we got everybody. Good to go. Cool. Um, so there's a company called Clever that used to work here in the city, but now they're fully remote. Um, they just posted an entry level software developer job, and it starts at 100K, I think. So just to let you know, there is hope out there. Okay. So you're not going to learn all this and then, not be able to use it. So, but it's nice because it is a tough market right now, obviously. But there are still a bunch of companies that, know that this is what it's about. Like we got to get in there and debug the AI and all that stuff. So know that your skills will not be wasted. All right. Let's jump into the debug then. Let me grab this up here. And I'll pull this guy over here. We are on day 6. Index.html. Okay. These guys. All right, let's view this in our browser and see. All right, it's beautiful. Man, that hurts my eyes. Home about. Oh wait. Okay. Let's see what's going on with the code. Nope, not windsurf. Get out of here, windsurf. VS Code. Okay. Alrighty. We'll just go down here. So looks like they did the asterisk reset here. So remember the asterisk means everything, means all. So they re basically reset the margin and the padding and then made the box sizing border box. So then they do that because of all the browsers that might be a little bit different. So this makes it like a clean slate on all the browsers. So that's good. Okay, so why won't items center vertically here in the nav? So we got a nav class. So let's go look at what that's on. So it's going to be in this nav container, right? And so why won't they center vertically? Let's see. Okay, so they're centered. I'm assuming it's the card. Let's get in our browser tools, our dev tools, and look. Oh, okay. Yep, I was wrong. So it's these up top. Why do those not center vertically? So right now they're just kind of spread across the top there. Let's see. Let me put on my do not disturb here real quick. Oop, sorry. Okay. So if we go smaller, yeah, they're not getting on top of one another. Okay. So why? Dang, windsurf. Get out here. Okay, so we got display flex, but we don't have any sort of direction. What did y'all get for this? Nothing. Go ahead, Laura. What you got?
Well, I was just going to say I don't get the direction thing. I actually had to cheat and look at the answer on this one because I don't understand the what that means, like the direction and all that stuff.
Okay, yeah, and it's a weird mind shift to kind of understand and as you saw me struggling with it on Wednesday, it is kind of weird. Um, but so I think that the answer is probably that this needs flex direction, uh, maybe column, maybe row. Let's try row.
There's no defined height.
Okay, no defined height. Let's see. So if we did row that did nothing, then we can do that in here. It's column. Okay. So column, it did put it vertically over the brand right there. And so this is so when you have your direction, you're either going to be row, I'm probably saying this wrong, row or column, right? So if you imagine before we had column here, flex direction row is the default of how things go. And so this is kind of like a row, right? My brand, this long line, and then home and about. So that's if you think about a spreadsheet, this is like all in the same row of a spreadsheet, right? And if we tell it column, so if I check that right back, then now all the items stack as if they were in a column on a spreadsheet. Is that making sense? Okay, cool. Um, so we have, let's see, and I don't know, was that Rachel that popped up? Said
Oh, there's no height
no
defined.
height.
It can't center vertically if there's no height.
Okay. So like a max height.
Just anything.
Let's see. Yeah, 100 pixels. I know, I turned it on. Good. Let's see. So flex direction, we still got row. I don't know that height would affect it.
Well, they're centered now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Centered this way. Okay.
Yes,
I see what you're saying.
vertically.
Yeah, yeah. Um, Yeah, I mean, they're still in the same position. They just now have more space there. So if we take that away, like they're still technically centered in it. There's just no extra space. So I don't know if the height mattered on that one. But let's look. Let's just look and see wherever I went. Okay, center vertically. All right, let's see. Where's my answers? Oh. Okay, don't look at the rest. Avert your eyes. Don't center vertically. Oh, yeah, because I have no height. Line item center needs a container height to center against. Padding min height 60. Okay, so looks like you were on it there. So the flex direction, so that's, I guess, centering um, horizontally, right? Because yeah, we're going left to right. So putting them in the middle, like I was doing, was not what we're supposed to be doing, but it was a good way to explain the directions. Um, so so we gave it a height now, and then so line items center can now center it because it has a height, which is what you were saying. Um, so let's see. So it's a line item center is centering it. Okay, so that makes sense. So yeah, so though it, I guess, and I was wrong in this, though it appears centered here, it's just because there's no room to center it. And so when we give it the height, and then we put a line item center back, it has somewhere to center it to. So good job on that one.
Thanks.
Yay. I don't have any candy to throw at you or anything. Sorry.
I have plenty, it's fine.
Okay. That'd be a cool little widget though to make, like a throws candy across screen. Okay. All right. Does that make sense? Cool. And the directions make a little bit more sense now. So we're good. All right, cool. Okay. What is our next one? All right. Why won't cards wrap to next row? So cards. These are our cards, and that's our card. So right now, if we look at our cards, so these are our cards. So if we move, so they're just getting lost when the screen gets so small, and they should be going down to the next row. So let's look at our code. Okay. So what do we got? What are the thoughts?
It doesn't say to wrap. There's nothing about wrapping there. So I think the
Okay.
default is that it doesn't.
Okay. So is that a flex wrap, I think? Yeah. So yeah, I think default is no wrap. So if we give it wrap, then it should do it, maybe. Nope. Yep. Look, there you go. Yep. Beautiful. Wraps its way down. It's pretty cool. Like it's a silly little thing, but it's pretty cool to see it just kind of fall down there, you know. And again, your user's not going to be like moving your screen around like this unless they're a nerd like me. But as they see it, like if we're on, in case you didn't see that, this little computer phone looking deal right here is how you can switch it to different screen sizes without just dragging it around. Um, so if we put this dimension as an iPhone SE, when you do this, you probably want to refresh your page, um, unless it doesn't care about me. Okay. Because sometimes it won't like catch the change, and so it'll still be trying to give you like a large width on a small screen. So you may have to refresh or just click this and click back into it. In this case, it doesn't care. But you can see that on our large screen here, we've got 3, and then if we go down to our iPhone, we got the same. Okay, so currently it's applying the same styling to all different sizes. And that's one thing we're going to get into, right, is how to do it for each different size, which It's kind of the point of today. So you'll see that when we do drop it down to a smaller screen size, it'll look different. And then we'll move up to make it look um, good on each different screen size. Okay. Da-da-da. So that worked on there. Did anyone get anything else on that one in particular? Or was that good enough? Cool. Okay. All right. Why is sidebar not next to content? Okay. Let's put you back at this. So sidebar is not next to content.
It's set at position absolute. We just need to remove that.
Okay. Okay. So position absolute. So let's use our dev tools and check that out. So I'm going to click this little arrow guy in case you don't know. You can click that and then kind of drag over and pick out an element. So we'll pick this guy. And then we have its styling down here. So it has the sidebar class with position absolute right here. And so if you don't remember, position absolute takes it completely out of the flow of the elements. So it could be anywhere on the page. And it's going to just be popped out and put wherever you tell it to go. And in this case, we didn't give it a position or a top or a bottom or right or left. So it stuck itself right there. So, okay, let's do that. Let's get, oh, okay, here we go. Main content was hidden. So yeah, so there we go. So let's look at that real quick. So look at our HTML. So we have this main content that was likely behind the sidebar is why we couldn't see it. And so, oop, not too far. So sidebar, which is on the sidebar, was absolute. And then content was given the content, so that's flex direction 1. So let's see. I'm going to do this. Nope, I'm going to do this. Put that back. And then if I'm going to delete the sidebar and then, yeah, so main content is hiding behind the sidebar. So by giving it position absolute, like I said, it takes it out of the context. And so main content then moved over because there was no sidebar there to stop it and ended up being behind it. So that's why we couldn't see that. So just like you said, position absolute is correct. Let me refresh so we can get the sidebar back. Go back to sidebar and position absolute. Bam. There we go. Beautiful. Cool. Makes sense? Good. All right. All right. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When you say in context, when it moves it out of context, in context to what? Does it mean in context to the cards or what does that mean exactly?
So in the flow of the document of the HTML, right? So if we look at HTML, it always reads top to bottom, right? So like
Mhm.
this div is going to be below this div and then so on and so on.
Yeah.
And then when you give it that position absolute or some of the other positions we talked about, then it's literally like saying, all right, get you out of here. So we're going to take you out of here and just put you on top of all of this. Right.
Okay.
So it wouldn't matter if it was where it was down here or if it was at the top or if there was like 300 more lines of code. It's going
Okay.
to just rip it out of there and then put it wherever. If you tell it like top or bottom or right or left, it's going to stick it.
Okay.
Yep. Even if there's
Okay.
content like main content, it's going to stick it right on top of it because it's
Okay.
completely out of the context.
Okay. Thank
Make
you.
sense? Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Let's make sure we got them all. So we got that one, Position absolute, cool, got that. Okay, yep, those look good. All right, let's do a quick read the code here. All right, Flexbox nav bar. Where is my brand positioned? Left, right, or center? So right here is my brand. It's a class of logo. So where would that be positioned at?
Going to be to the left.
Yep. Yeah, it should be left because it has no um let's see.
No,
So it oh, good.
um, no space between in it because it's a justified content. The space between isn't going to push the item.
Yep, to the left, yep. Yeah, so I like to like work backwards when I'm looking at like styling like this. So the My Brand itself, the class of logo doesn't give it um positioning, right? So I know, okay, it's going to default to the left on that. So then we look at the parent that's got the container class, and it's given it that justified content space between, which, like you said, is going to put space between. So it's going to put it all the way to the left, and then whatever else would be spaced out accordingly. So if this was like space around, it would have a little bit of a gap on the left and the right. If it was center, it would be in the center. Um, and something to remember that always tricked me up, justify content is going to be like horizontally centered or horizontally spaced, however it is, and align items is vertical. So when it says align items center, that's the vertical spacing like we saw in the debug exercise. So yeah, let me throw this in my code and we'll look at it. Let me make a new one. Index two. Oh, nope, can't do that. Index two. You'll never name your files like this, by the way. It'll be something else, like whatever page it's on. So don't do what I say, not what I do, right? Just kidding. All right, let's see. Move that to the head. Okay. Okay, let me get rid of this guy. Cool. So yep, it's to the left. And then these guys are to the right. And we can look at that in our dev tools as well and see. Let me drag this down a little bit. All right, so the container, yep, gives us space between. So if we uncheck that, you see they're kind of back all together, right? And you'll notice that it's not spaced out like my brand and then like home right here and then about and then contact way over there. And that'd be because the nav items are children of this nav class. So the justify content is only affecting its direct descendants, so it's children, which in this case is the logo, and then this nav container that's got all these things in it. So this is justified space between for the div with the logo right here, and then this nav container. Make sense? A little bit? Okay.
I have a
Cool.
random question.
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at the NAF class, like right behind it or after it, it says equal space $0. I've seen that on a few different things. What does that mean?
No idea. I've never even noticed that before.
Okay.
Uh,
I've only really seen it whenever I'm looking at the debug or I mean not the debug, but the preview or inspect.
yeah,
And I was wondering if that had a meaning to it, like, because it looks like it's like a note of something, but
right.
I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's ask. Go, someone else have something else. Okay, Derek or Jonas, if y'all know, hop in. If not, I'll ask old Claude over here what he thinks.
I have no idea, and I've never noticed that before, honestly. What was it? I'm sorry. I missed that part.
Right here on the end where it's got the equals dollar sign zero.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah,
Couldn't tell you.
asking the good questions.
Right.
Where's my screenshot? Let me see. I'm gonna throw it in Claude, and Claude's gonna say, "Oh, that's this thing. Blah blah. Should have known." Bring Claude over here. See if we can see. What is the equals dollar sign zero? Currently selected element. Okay, very cool. So we have that selected. So if we select that, okay, it's just showing you which one you have selected. I don't know why since it's already highlighting it, but that's interesting. So Claude did say dollar sign is a console shortcut that references whatever element you have highlighted. You can type dollar sign zero in the console tab to interact with the nav element directly. Whoa, really? Okay. Okay, it looks like you can select other elements, one, two, up to four, like uh, up or down from that one. So we haven't gotten to the console yet, but basically, when we get into JavaScript, and I know you're going to hear me say that a lot when we get into JavaScript, you can, I guess you can affect that element. So if we got, let's do the logo. If we do dollar sign zero, oop, zero, that's cool. Look at that. Got us. That's the div logo. That's legit. You might have just revolutionized my workflow. So cool.
Glad
All
I
right.
could help.
Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Cool. Yeah. Very neat. There's that's the really cool thing about this field is like even though AI is getting crazy, like there's so much to learn all the time. Like you're never done learning. It's never boring. So super cool. Okay. Da-da-da, next one. Where are the nav links positioned? I think we just saw that, right? Uh, oop, I got too many screens open. Oh, I'm right here. So those are to the right. And that's because, again, of our justify content, right? So that's good. Are the nav, oh, I guess I showed you the page, so you kind of already know all this stuff. But the nav links are stacked horizontally, right? Um, and so if we look here, these are our nav links. There's no, let's see, .nav. So we're doing a flex here, display flex, which is defaults to the direction of row, right? So it moves them horizontally. So if we were to get rid of, let's get this whole thing here, display flex, then they go back together. So that's not it. But so since they're so A tags are inline elements, right? Not block elements. So they are just going to sit next to each other instead of like on top of one another, right? If they were blocks, like if they were divs instead, then they would be on top of one another. So it's just a default styling that's keeping them where they're supposed to go in that case. Cool. Back to this. And what does gap 20 pixels do? So in our nav class, we have this gap of 20 pixels. What is that doing?
Is that the space between the like home, about, and contacts?
Yep, exactly. So if we get rid of that, they all crunch back together. So it's very, so you could just say padding 20 pixels or whatever, but gap is going to apply that to each one of those elements within that nav because it's got that class. So it's just a quick way to kind of evenly space them out with the little bit of a gap. I believe you can call it gutters sometimes. Think about like like if you're bowling, you have the gutters. All right. Why is a line item center needed here? So in our container, we've got a line item center. So that's going to be on the whole thing. So why is that needed here?
Is that just centering the entire nav bar? So like the gray box.
Yeah, so it's just like the debug we had the first one. It's vertically centering everything within that container class, right? So everything is inside this div. If we didn't have it, everything's going to be at the top, right? So it's vertically centering it within the space it has.
Okay.
So yeah, and you can do I think end is one, so it'd be at the bottom. You can do top. I don't know if top's actually one. Maybe start. You can do start. It'll be at the top. You could do we could do stretch. There's a bunch of them. Didn't do nothing. Okay. Most of the time you're gonna center. Um, yeah, so that's a vertical centering. Cool. Questions on any of that? All good. All right, cool. Um, Man, we got a lot of exercises here. Box model math. Y'all know box model math already, so I think you're good there. Positioning. Okay, why or where does the coral box appear inside the gray box? Coral. Oh, okay. So this child box is going to appear inside the parent box. So where does it appear? Inside the box.
Bottom right.
Bottom right. So we got bottom 0, right 0. So that should be from that position. So from the bottom, go up 0. From the right, go left 0. So yeah, that should be correct. Let's throw it in our code and see. And a lot of times with the make a new one. Positioning, it's very much trial and error. Like if you get it right on the first time, then you're better than me, which is fine. Be better than me. That's the goal. All right. Let's see. Cool. Bottom right. Yep. So you're telling it bottom, go 0 this way, right, go 0 this way. And we can mess with that here in the dev tools as well. If we give it, like, see how I'm just going up, it's just climbing up. And then same for right. You just give it that. And then you can also go negative, which is kind of fun. So that's going to push it outside of that container because it's absolute, right? So it's sitting on top of it. Good. Right. Oh, okay. So the parent has a position relative. What if the parent didn't have position relative? What would happen? Any thoughts? So what does position relative do?
It positions it depending on where the parent element is.
Okay.
So if it wasn't there, then it would be in the bottom right of the window,
The I'm here,
the
the little
viewport.
box.
Huh?
The little box would be down here.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Perfect. Yep. So it allows, yeah, it allows that the positioning of the child to, yeah, be relative, there you go, to the parents. So cool. So yeah, so if you want something to be absolutely positioned within its parent, the parent has to have position relative. If you just want it somewhere on the page, then we don't care about the parent. We can just put it wherever. Sweet. All right. What would happen if we use top 0, left 0 instead of bottom 0 and right 0? Where would this go?
It was, did you say top 0 and right 0?
Left 0.
Okay. It would be in the upper left.
Yep. Yep. So we can just add, let's add those. Let's get rid of these two. So with nothing, it ends up in the top left, right? Top left, right. Nope. Top left, correct. There we go. 0, and then oop, give me one. This thing is, it's always tricky to get that thing to, okay, there we go. Left 0. Cool. So that's basically the default position, right? Top left 0. And then if we did throw, let's say we got rid of left and we added right back in, it's going to pop over there, right? So it's top 0, right 0. So cool. All right. Last one, I think, hopefully. Yep. Flexbox alignment. In dot row, where are the 3 boxes positioned? So we have dot row. Okay, so that's this guy right here. So where would they be positioned? We got display flex, justify content center, the gap.
Gonna be the center, right?
Yep, I believe so. Let's throw it in and find out. Okay. Well, that's a mess. Yep. Okay, so these are, this is our row right there. So yep, so they are in the center. Perfect. And then in row between, where is box 1 and where is box 3? On this guy. So these pretty much tell you, right? So this is the space between one. So it's like the first, I think the first debug, they're going to be stretched out the full way, but space between evenly. So box 1 to the left, box 3 to the right, box 2 to the middle. And then this one is going to be flex end. Yep. So you see right there, flex end. So it's just going to push everything to the right, and there's only 2 boxes in there. So center, in the center, space between, spread across, flex end, flexes to the end. Some other ones, like we'll change, let's change, if we change row between to space around. then you can see that it made a gap on each side and then evenly spaced them based on that. So it gives you those spaces on the end. So, because a lot of times you won't want your content like touching the side of your screen. You'll probably want a little bit of space there for styling choices. And then there's a bunch more, and the browser tools, the dev tools will help you with that. So you have FlexEnd and all sorts of good stuff there. Cool. And then, like we discussed in the beginning, just remember that justify content is about horizontal spacing, and align items is about vertical. Positioning. So horizontal positioning, vertical positioning. Cool. All right. That is done. Any questions on any of that? All good. All right. Your mission, if you choose to accept it, is we are going to start over. So we're going to have a brand new, we're going to make a repo, clone a repo, and then we are going to try to build our Wikipedia page starting from mobile first. Okay. So if you look at the Wikipedia one here, what is this? Get it here. What did it? Oh man, it gave me like weird tabs. Stop it. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's crazy. Okay. So looking at our Wikipedia page here, if we go in here and hit the little responsive button, toggle device toolbar that says, then we can see this is basically what it's going to look like on an iPhone XR. So it's got the little drop down and all this cool stuff over here. And then things are positioned to fit well on a mobile screen, right? So obviously we don't need all of this, but the idea being to start on a mobile screen, make it look good there, and think about how you would then move it up to a bigger screen. So then you can go over here and you can change this to iPad, like iPad Air, and you're going to see it, the content shifted, right? So it's not all just like one long row, one long column now. It's spread out a little bit. And then you can, of course, go just off of here for your full view. So just, so let's see. First thing to do would be to start with your like wireframe idea. So sort of how we did before with this, but we're getting this out of our mind, right? Like we're not thinking about the big screen right now. We're thinking about just mobile size. And so just make you a new little wireframe. And this could be pencil, piece of paper, whatever you want, whiteboard. But just kind of lay it out, make like a mobile sized screen and then draw out, okay, I want header here. Probably gonna have a menu button for the nav bar instead of having the nav links like across. And then kind of like set it up like that. Yeah. So if you want to look at different pages and get an idea of, what they look like on the smaller screen, definitely do that. And yeah, take some time, probably 20, 30 minutes, drawing that out. If y'all want to show them whenever you get them complete, or if you have questions, throw them in the Slack or whatever. And then after that, we'll start building it up. So, questions before we get started? Anyone lost? Everybody's on the page? Good. Cool. Okay, we'll get to it and reach out. And yeah, we'll come back at probably 11:20-ish and see what we got, and then maybe build something out real quick, and then so you can see kind of how it goes, and then go from there. Two. Not share. Okay. All right. Anybody want to show what they got so far? Not everybody all at once now. Let's see. How about Wayne? What you got?
Yeah, give me just 1 second. I just gotta navigate to. I'm on it though. Give me just a second.
All right.
Let's see. Um, okay. I just shared an image of kind of the wireframe that I have, and I just started on the actual scripting for it. Do you want me to share my? Actually, you know what? I'm on my iPad as far as the Zoom, so I don't know how I would do
Okay.
that. But
No, this is fun.
but yeah, so this is kind of my wireframe. Do you see it?
Yeah, I'll share it on my end.
Okay, thank you.
One second, find my button again. Where'd my button go? Oh, there's share. Share. All right, there we go.
All right, so I pretty much just went in to a Wikipedia page, did the inspect, and kind of pulled out, kind of the main elements
Mhm.
and how I wanted it to be laid out. And it was interesting, like digging into the code of it, like how things are set up. There was way too much stuff for me to actually like put all those notes down, but it gave me a pretty good baseline to start.
Did you do it on the mobile size?
Yeah.
Hmm. It just looking at it briefly, it feels like it's a lot for mobile.
You know what? Let me look. Maybe I definitely clicked the mobile thing. Uh, I think I might have had it on iPad size on accident.
Oh, okay, yeah, no worries.
But yeah, you're right.
Cool. Yeah, so I mean if we think about it in reverse, maybe like the name image section would kind of slide over and the main
Hmm.
content would go below that.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at it now in mobile, and really what it does is it just kind of collapses um the content links.
Hmm.
It puts it below. Actually, it shrinks it down into like another like interactive button, and it puts it like kind of in the middle, like after the first part of the main content,
Okay,
and it's collapsible.
cool.
So it's like right before early life. So
Gotcha.
yeah, you're right. I totally did that kind of wrong.
Yeah, that's okay. Learning.
Yeah.
Uh, cool. Well, yeah, so I would adjust this then to start there and then move up.
Okay.
But it's good. It's a good wireframe for sure. And again, you can do it like this. Like I did mine on freeform as well. Pencil and paper work great. There's no um, like no bad way to do it. The worst way to do it, and the way that I always end up starting is just start throwing stuff on a page, which is horrible because then you'll get down the road and you'll be like, oh man, I should have done this before. And if you would have drawn it out, then you can be like, oh, okay, this would look good
Mhm.
or whatever. So yeah, good. Not bad. All right, who's next? I gotta pick someone out again.
I can go.
Okay.
All right, let's see here.
You want to share? Let me
Yeah.
unshare. Let's lose that button. There it is. I'm gonna let the dog out real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Go outside, buddy. Come on. Oop. Right. All right. Show us what you got. Tell us what you got.
Okay, can you see it okay?
Yep.
Can you see it okay?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if I did this correctly or not. I kind of went more the digital paper and pencil kind of thing, but basically I was just trying to make the mobile screens in my head as like how they would, come out as you were using them sort of. So like my homepage would be this one or and then, if you clicked on the about button, this would show up and this is how you'd navigate to the other parts, art, Kinsey, and then finally a contact thing. If you wanted to get in touch with me, you could fill out this little form and then submit it. So super basic. I don't know.
Nothing wrong with basic, and it's good. I like that you kind of thought about your different pages. I think typically in my mind, I'm always thinking about one page, but this is fantastic.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. I was not sure if that was what I was supposed to be doing or not,
Yeah.
but
No, that's great.
Okay, I will stop sharing.
Yeah. I'd say like definitely there's nothing wrong with the way you did it. But
Uh-huh.
you could potentially just have a contact form at the bottom of each page or whatever. But it's fine. Like it's really fine. Just yeah, it's up to you. So yeah, it's a great way to
Okay.
do it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Let me shut the door. Be right back. Oh man, is my camera following me all around my room? It's crazy. Okay. All right, who's next? We'll do one more and then we'll do a little building. It's your moment to shine. How about Elizabeth? No. Okay, well, I'll show you all what I got. Then, okay, no worries. You're good. All right. Let's see. Let me share this and go back to mine. Okay. So yeah, just focusing on just the phone for right now. Just the basic kind of one column setup with a menu button, little title, and a little logo up here. I want to make some money, so I put some sections for ads on here, And then in the main, of course, you could have different sections for different kind of content. If it's like a blog or something, maybe you have a section for each blog, or maybe you go the multi-page route, kind of like Laura did, and have some links to the different blogs themselves. And then thinking about as it grows, as the size of the screen grows, then over here on the tablet, I kind of brought out my links so they're not in the button anymore. They're kind of spread out a little bit. Move the title down below the logo and the links. And then I put a section for the ads on the side, kind of move the main over here. And then as it gets bigger from that on the desktop, just kind of more sections for ads and then the bigger main content. So not like the whole page, like it doesn't need to be a brand new whole idea as it grows. Just thinking about like how, as it expands, what those elements would do. So like for the search ads, it's going to change from a horizontal section to a vertical section. So how to make those the styling, like do that for you with the flex and all that stuff. So we'll do real quick. I'm just going to build the phone one here. So let me see if I can make this smaller. As small as it'll go. Okay, and VS Code. All right, so let me do. Oh, I didn't do a whole new deal. Let me do it the right way so y'all can. And I don't know if y'all probably haven't made a new repo yet, so this is where we'll do that. So let's go to github.com. And I need to log in to my other one real quick. Do my two-factor. Oh. 360. Okay. All right. So we're going to do new repo, and I'm going to call this Wiki Responsive. Okay. Create repo. So then we're to this page, and then we'll go to our GitHub desktop. After you get that set up, and I've got to log in to my other one real quick here. And go here. Oh, actually, I'm doing a new. Okay. All right. So everybody got it set up on github.com. Got a new repo created. Good on that. Okay. So once you have the new repo created, then we'll go to GitHub desktop, or if you're using the VS Code or the command line, however you want to do it. And then we'll go to our file clone repository. And then on the github.com tab, hit the little refresh deal right there if you need to. And then you can search for your repo. So mine is Wiki Responsive, which will be in my GitHub folder under Wiki Responsive. And I'll hit clone. Okay, so then I should see it here in my current repository. Everybody got that figured out so far?
I did it backwards and did it through the GitHub desktop, creating that repository. Is that going to screw me up, or is that okay?
No, as long as
Okay.
yeah, as long as
I
it's
did
on.
too.
Yeah, as long as it's on github.com and you see it here in your in your GitHub desktop, then you're good.
Okay, thanks.
So did you, I don't normally do it that way. Did you do file new repository that way, or how'd you do it?
I did. That's how I did it.
Yep, that's exactly how I did it too.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think Derek, don't you do it that way too? I think I'm the weird guy that does it from .com. I think, but yeah, either way, as long as you, the end goal, have the repository on GitHub.com, have it on GitHub desktop, code it in VS Code, good to go. So yeah, once you're here, then you can do the open in Visual Studio Code if you want to. And that's going to open you up in your folder right here, Wiki Responsive, or in your repository, I should say. And then we can start hacking. So if anyone has any trouble with this so far, please speak now. This will be important, obviously, moving forward. Okay, so everyone's good to go. All right, so then first thing we got to do is make our HTML. So we'll do a new file. You can click the new file thing there, or you can do right click and new file. And we'll just call it index.html. And I'm going to do the bang symbol, exclamation point, so it can make that for me. Cool. So once we have that, we'll go ahead and make our style sheet. So again, new file, and then styles.css. Typically styles with an s.css. Occasionally you'll see index.css as well. Again, it's all the same, just different people do different stuff. So once the CSS is made, we'll go ahead and have our verification. So we'll do like body with background color of purple. And then we need to link that to our HTML. So once we have that in there, we'll go over here. We'll go in our head section below our title and do our link tag. And we'll do our rel of style sheet. Style sheet. And our href of /styles.css. And close our tag. Okay. Once we do that, we can go right click on our HTML and do our opening our live server. And we have a nice giant purple page. Let me know when you have the purple page. All right, everybody got purple page? Anyone not got a purple page?
I don't, but just give me a second.
Okay. Windsurf, get out of here.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay. That's gonna be too small. There. Okay. All right, I'm gonna kill that body tag in my CSS so my page won't be purple anymore. Okay, so the idea is to build the phone thing and then have it be responsive, right? So we're gonna have a logo. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to make my page look like this with like borders and stuff so I can kind of see it kind of mapped out on the actual web page. So I'm gonna do a header section. So I'll use a header semantic tag there. And I know within the header, I'm gonna have a logo. So I'm gonna do a div for now. That's gonna say logo. And I'm gonna have a title. So I'm gonna do a div that says title. I'm using div a lot.
God damn it.
So just really kind of for ease of doing this. We would actually want to do like paragraph and H1s and things of that nature, which we'll do in a minute. Did someone have a question? Okay, cool. And then this will be like my menu button. Okay, and then I would have a section, and this would be like my ads. So I'll do a div, and I'll say section for ads. And then I've got a main section. So I'll say main, and I'll just say main. I'll have a div for main. And then we'll have another section for ads. Section for ads. And then we'll have a footer. So put a div. Footer. And the footer could have links and things in it as well. Okay, so if I look at this, it's beautiful, right? It's totally styled. It's amazing. And see, so let me move this over. Oh, hello. I got really big. Nope. Okay. What page are we? Okay. I'm gonna put a style, and I'm gonna do all this. This is probably gonna be a bit much, but we'll see. I'm gonna do a border, 1 pixel solid purple. Okay. Yeah.
Ah,
Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is pretty ugly with these borders. Let me see. I'm gonna give each of my sections a border for now. So I'm gonna give it a class of we'll call it section border. So I can go to my style sheet and I can do dot section border. And we'll give it this border here. Just gonna copy this. And then get rid of that guy. And I'm going to do this for each of my main sections. Okay. Okay, that's better. So for the logo, title, and menu button, I don't want them to be vertically spaced or vertically styled. I want it needs to be horizontal, right? So I think somebody's unmuted. I'm hearing like
Sorry about that.
you're good. Okay, so for my section board or for my header here, I want these to go across the page instead of up vertically like this. What can I do to make that happen?
Can you repeat the question?
Yep. So with the logo, title, and menu button, I want it to be like this, like logo, title, and menu. So go across the page. And right now they're vertical. How can I get them to go across like this?
Is it justify center or something like that?
So justify content.
Yeah, justify content and then center.
So center would put them in the middle here.
Oh, space between.
Yeah, you can do space between. There's something we got to do beforehand, but let's try. So so this is the parent, right? This header element. So if we give that element, well, let's get actually that one specific. So I'm going to add a new class here called header. Just called header. So remember, you can have multiple classes just separated by a space in your stuff. So I can do dot header, and if I do justify content space between, so it didn't do anything yet. Because in order to use justify content and align items and all those things that help it flex, there's something you gotta put. That was a hint. It's a bad hint, but it was a hint.
Is it setting the flex direction?
Yep. There's one other thing we got to add for that to work, though, I believe.
Display flex.
There we go. Display flex. Okay, so now, there you go. It went across, right? So justify content space between. Because remember that display flex, the default flex direction is row. So it went ahead and put it in the row like we wanted it to do. If we were to give it flex direction column, then it's going to put it back up and down, right? So it's like it's in a column instead of in a row. So in this case, we didn't need to put anything here. We could put row if we wanted to be explicit about it. We could put row and it's going to put it over there, but it would do that without this as well, since that's the default flex direction, right? Does that make sense? Cool. Okay. Sweet. So now they're spreading apart, which is what we want, and we got space between. Yeah, in this case, we probably would want like the logo and everything to go the whole way. So like space around probably wouldn't make sense because it's going to give us a little bit of extra stuff on the end. And it may, just depending on your your styling and how you want your page to look. Maybe this is better. But for us, we'll just go space between, call it good. Cool. Okay, so then our section for ads is where we want it to be. We could probably definitely maybe center the text once, but we're gonna have ads in there, so the text really doesn't really matter there. We would probably want some space in between our logos title section and the section ads, kind of like we have here. So this space in between, what is that called? Like, oh, I gotta yell at my dog. Hey, knock it off. Okay. So yeah, the space in between these two sections, what's that called?
Is that the padding?
So the padding is the space in between the content and the border.
Margin.
Margin, yep. So margin is in between elements. So if we look at our box model again, we can see, so this would be our content, right? The blue, and then padding, then we have the border, and then we have the margin. So if we add a little margin, so we'll do on our section border class, because we're probably going to want these, none of these like actually touching each other. We can add some margin. So let's add margin of, since we're doing responsive design, we want to try to stay away from pixels or what are they called? I can't remember the exact phrase, but the absolute values, not talking about positioning, but and we want to use more things like REMs or percentages, things that take into account the size of the screen. I always go REMs. I'm not really sure why. I don't know, maybe like the band. I don't know, but just I don't know, feels good to me. So we'll just let's try 3 REM. See what that gives us. Okay, so that's quite a bit, right? And then notice it also gave us margin on the sides because we didn't specify what margin we wanted. We just said all margin 3 REM. And so if we let me bring this out here real quick. And if we hover over our stuff, move this over. So we can see if we grab one of our guys here. See, you see that orange? Like that's all that margin. Like that's a lot of margin, right? And so we probably don't want margin on the right and left because we want it to be, full width of our screen. So we can go back in and let's just do margin. So you can do margin. There's a shorthand for margin. There's a couple shorthands actually, but if you do, so if you can specify each side, like you can specify each side by doing margin hyphen left, hyphen right, hyphen top, hyphen bottom, or you can do margin and then think about it like a clock. I think it goes top, right, bottom, left. So if we did 3 REM, 1 REM, 2 REM, and then 4 REM. So you can see now that we have, at the top, we have 3. So that's 3 right there. At the right, we have 1, so it's smaller. At the bottom, we have 2. So it's kind of weird to see that, and then at the left, we have 4, which is more, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's right. Top, right, bottom. Yep. And let's see. This will Oh, and the margins collapse. I don't know if y'all remember talking about that, but if like in this case, if there's a 3 for the top margin, so the top of this like section for ads is a 3, and then the bottom of this logo one is a 2, it's going to collapse them together. It's not going to give you 5 margin. It's only going to give you 3 or 2. So that's a shorthand to do it. Definitely be more explicit if you want to. To me, sometimes it makes more sense to be that way. Depending, especially if I don't need to style all 4 margins, I just want 2 in this case. So I just want a top, so I'll do a 3, and then a bottom. And actually, I only want a bottom in this case because I don't want 3 above my logo and everything. So I'll just change that to bottom, and then just get rid of the top one altogether. There we go. So now, let me slide over. Okay. Now we have a good separation between them. And we just had to do the bottom. So each bottom has 3 REM. You notice that there's also a margin kind of around everything. And that's because we didn't do a reset, right? So if we do our reset here, then we can do margin of 0, which will affect all the margins. See, there it went. And then padding of 0. And then box sizing of border box. There we go. Now we're cooking. Cool. Everybody good on that? Anybody lost? Not lost too bad. All right, cool. Let's go back over here. So I got our section. So it's pretty much set up to how we want it for the phone size. So we used a little bit of responsiveness for or not responsiveness, but display flex for this stuff, which is good. And we got some padding and stuff. I'm going to add some padding now, not margin, but padding to each one of these, so they're not all like crunched up. So for our section border, which that's a poorly named class now that I think about it, because it's not just the border that we're talking about. But it's fine. We can go back and refactor later. So let's go ahead and just give padding of, let's just say 1 REM to everything. So then it's more like in its little box. That's good. There's a little more room. And I'm going to go ahead and align text align center to get those in the middle there. So there we go. So now it's more like mobile screen looking kind of thing. All right. I'm wondering, so notice that title is kind of not really aligned with the rest of everything. And we have that space between content there. So I wonder, and it doesn't really matter at this point, but I wonder if we justify these instead of text centering, if it would allow it to look better. So let's see. If we give, I'm going to give each one this header class. Again, these are poorly named classes, so do better than me. If we do that and we get rid of the text align center, there's no space between because there's only one deal on each one right now. So if we do a center here, I'm wondering if that's going to make a difference. Oh, okay. So it did it on all of it. It forgot about that guy. So we need to that back. And let's make a not header class. And that will have display flex and justify content center, not space center, center. And then let me give that to these guys here, not header. No, as you can see already, it already puts it kind of off. So it's just an experiment to see what it would do. So I'm just gonna get rid of that then. Okay. We'll get you guys back to hacking in just a second. Let's see. Yeah, so work on your phone size project for probably 30, 45 minutes. And then we'll come back and we'll try to see if we can start talking about how to make it responsive to a tablet size. Cool. Make it prettier than this. This is awful. Any questions before we go for that? If your brain hurts, definitely, take a little bit of a break. If not, get after it. All right.
Is everyone doing all right so far?
I'm doing pretty good.
If your head hurts, that means you're doing something right.
All right. How's everybody doing? Sounds good. Okay. Let me bring my thing back up here real quick. Where am I at? I'm on this guy. Nope, I'm on this guy. Yep. Okay. Okay. So, we'll talk a little bit about going from like phone to tablet size. The things that will change is we're going to have, instead of the little menu button, we're going to have the actual links. If you tried the menu button and tried to actually make it work, you probably noticed that it doesn't work. That's something that will come in with Bootstrap next week. And then also you can do it with JavaScript as well. There may be a way to do it in CSS now by itself, but I'm not sure. So yeah, don't worry if you didn't get that. So yeah, so we'll the goal would be to move the title down and then disappear this button and show the links instead, and then change the section for ads to a vertical column, sure, instead of horizontal, and then kind of move the main over. So if we look at it, we know that all of this top part, right, is in like a header element. So we know that's going to be together. This is its own thing, so we can move it over there. So let's get into the code and look at that. So let me get this over here. As far as scoot, okay. So right now, our beautiful page. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Hey, back over there. Okay. Oh, wait, get over there. Okay. All right, so our page is glorious. So first thing we'll tackle, we will look at the menu button, right? So we're going to go from button to links. So to do that, I'm going to just leave it there. Okay. So this is our header section. Right now we've got these menu buttons, this menu button. So instead of the menu button, once we get to a certain screen size, we want to show the links, right? So what we could do is the links themselves will probably be in a nav tag, would be probably a good place to put those. So we'll give them a nav tag and we'll just add some links here. And for now, I'm just going to make up something to put in there. We'll put one. Okay, and 2. And oh, it's a pretty cool VS Code thing. If I highlight 1, and let's say there was a bunch, in this case, there's like 2 instances in which I wanted to make a change, you can use Command or Control D, and it will pick the next one that matches. And it will you can keep hitting it, Control D, Command D, to get all the ones that you want. So it's kind of like a find, sort of, but it's super helpful. Like if you needed to change, like you had a table, and like say you had a class name that changed or something, like you could go through and Control or Command D and like get all of those, so then you can just make the change at once. So it's pretty cool, pretty helpful little thing there. Okay. So right now we have no code, we have no styling to suggest that anything should happen based on a screen size, right? We don't have media query. We don't have anything like that. So we're going to just see this nav along with this menu button if we look at our page. So you can see right here, the nav is showing as well as the menu button, which is not what we want. So what we want is we want to disappear this menu button and show this nav when it gets bigger. And so right now on the mobile screen size, this is going to be our mobile screen size. Actually, let me make it our mobile screen size. Let me scoot this over and make that easier to see. Okay, so this is our mobile screen size. We need to disappear this guy because it's showing and we don't want it to be showing yet. So let me slide this over. Let's put it right there. We can, so this nav right here is what we want to disappear. So we'll give it a class of non-mobile, let's say non-phone, because mobile could mean iPad or tablet as well. So we'll say phone, non-phone nav. Okay, so beautiful class name there. I know I mentioned this before, but this is snake case, I believe. So it's hyphenated with the little hyphens. Nope, I'm sorry, that's not snake case. This is called kebab case. Yeah, super fun. Because it's like it's stabbing the kebab through the words. Snake case would be with the underscores, like that. So that's snake case because it looks like a little like slithering snake. So doesn't really matter what you do, it's all going to work. You could use camel case also. When you get to a place to work, they're probably going to have a standard in which they use, so you'll just use whatever that is. I would just suggest in your own work that you try to stick to one. Like don't have one class name, like have this be snake case and then like this one be kebab case and going back and forth and all that. Just try to keep it consistent for later because you'll look back and be like, oh, that's much better. Okay. All right, so non-phone nav, we're going to put that in our style sheet here. It's a class, so we get a dot, right? And so what we want to do is tell this that this non-phone nav will not display on screen sizes below whatever a phone is, right? And you can Google like common breakpoints. Let's see what I'll pick it up. Yeah. In Bootstrap, what you're going to see this next week, but this will give you kind of some common breakpoints right here. So like below 576 is like is a small, extra small screen, so a phone. So we'll just use that for example. So we need a media query, right? Because we want it to only happen based on our screen size. So to do media query, you got to do the at media, and it's trying to already help me there. So we'll say media, and then we're going to give it a min width. This may be backwards, we'll find out. So min width of 576 pixels. And these are in pixels, they're not in any sort of relative one or absolute one or whatever. Because we do need to know specifically like how big the screen is, not based on anything else, like literally how big it is. Okay, and then give it brackets. So when the width is 576, we want to disappear, if it's lower than 576, we want to disappear that that nav bar right there. So to disappear something, we're going to use our display property and we're going to say none. So that should make it disappear when we get to that screen size. So let's see. It did not. So let me, for fun here, I'm just going to get rid of the mobile for a second so we can just kind of scroll down. Okay, so it did the opposite that we wanted it to do. So you'll notice it's not there anymore. If we scroll down or shrink down to 576, You see it came back up right there. Okay. So we did it backwards. So we want our max width to be 576. So what it's saying is this style will be applied if the max width is 576. So if the screen is under that, so it's like the max it can be, the screen is under that, this style is going to apply, right? So cool. So it's gone. So if we scoot up to past 576, then it comes back, right? So it's there. So that's what we want for our mobile size, is we just want our menu button to show and not the nav. But now we need to do it the other way, right? So when it's above 576, we want the nav to show and not the menu button. Okay. So for that, we're going to need another query. So for the menu button here, we're going to need to give this a class. And so we'll give it a class of, oops. Wait. This will be, we'll call it phone nav. Okay. So do new class dot phone nav. And so we'll say at media, and this will be, we can do min width of 576 pixels. So technically, I think we should do like 577 here. So that way they're not setting on the same thing, because it might get confused. No one will ever notice, but just so we'll see. So at 576, we want whatever this class is on, which is going to be our menu button. We want that to not display, right? So when we are min 570, well, actually I got it backwards. 577 here and then 576 here. So when we're at a minimum of 577 going up, we don't want to see that menu button. We're going to see the nav instead. So same thing, display of none. So now we see our menu button here, right? We're lower. That's annoying because that thing's in the way, but okay, we're below 576, menu button. We go above 576 right there. Go away. Now we have our nav, right? No menu button. So if I'm on a phone, then I'm going to see I have the menu button there. Right there. If I switch it to a tablet, then you see now I just have the menu, the nav, because I'm at 820, so I'm above 576. Yay. Cool. Does that make sense? Good, cool. All right. That is a very common thing to do, is to hide and show things based on the screen size. Next week, when we learn about Bootstrap, we're going to learn a way easier way to do that besides just putting in a bunch of repetitive displays. Okay, well, that is one done. Let's see what else we got here. So we want to move the title down. The title is currently up here, and we want it to be down below this section. So let's go back to our code. Okay, so we have this title here that's currently sitting just below, or just to the right of our logo, because we have the display flex, right? So if we want it to be below, what we're going to do is basically create another title, just like this one. And then same thing. We're going to say, okay, you're going to show, this top one will show when we're on the mobile screen. This bottom one here we're going to put is going to show on the larger screen. So very repetitious there, but that's a good way to kind of get it to showing what it needs to be showing. And I want you guys to get to doing this. So let me look at what else we got. That's going to be different. Let's see. Yeah, as far as this, just that's all you're going to do is show and not show. Um, for flex stuff, if you have some stuff maybe inside your main or whatever, or if you have like several ads on this line, you could do your flex direction row or column, however you want to kind of put it in there. Yeah, so you're gonna learn a lot better doing it yourself than me just talking to you. So get after it. Ask if you have any questions. Try to focus on whatever you have now, like how you're going to transition it to a larger screen. So you can kind of start working on that display and the directions and things like that. At 140, no, at 150, I'll jump back on and we'll talk about next week and homework and stuff like that. Cool. Any questions right this second? Ready to get back hacking? All right, cool. Get after it. All right. Any questions before we start talking about next week? If you're struggling at all, please let us know. You can DM us or whatever. We can jump on a call during the week, whatever y'all need. All this knowledge wants to get out of our heads, so yeah, pour it on you guys. So, okay, well, if nobody's got anything right now, then we'll talk about next week. The homework is posted. Let me bring Slack around here. Up in the homeworks tab, have it right here. So, the first one, responsive design, is in Free Code Camp like everything else. However, the second one, we're going to actually get out of Free Code Camp and start looking at documentation. Reading documentation or having AI read documentation and telling you what it said is a huge part of what we do. There is like a ton, there's so much stuff we're going to use, packages and libraries we're going to bring in that we're going to have to understand how to read the documentation to understand how to interact with it. Sometimes AI will just lie to you because that's what it does. So you'll have to go in and verify like, oh, this function or method or whatever does exist. Because sometimes it'll make up packages that don't exist, which leads to a whole security thing, which we won't get into right now. But anyway, trust but verify, right? So real quick, we'll jump into the Bootstrap documentation. And maybe, yep, here it is. And we'll go to the home. So really, you'll jump into it and you'll kind of read what it is, and what it's going to do for you. If like watching a video is helpful, definitely Google like what is Bootstrap, and it'll kind of give you an overview. I wouldn't watch like a 45-minute video of it or anything like that, but just get an overview of what it is. I put in the notes kind of some main areas of focus. And so it'll kind of get you the breakdown of what it is, how to bring it in, how to use it. You can check out the examples on there. Up here at the top left is examples. And down here, you can see some snippets of headers and other things that it's going to do. So basically what it is, just a quick overview, is it's a library, which means it is a collection of code that somebody put together that allows us to build things faster. So it all uses classes. The whole thing is classes. And so we'll bring in classes, like there's a nav class that's like a fully built nav bar. And it has a bunch of classes inside of it, so we can customize it and make it dark themed or light themed, have these buttons, have a drop down, have all this stuff. And it's all already responsive. So I'm trying not to jump into it real quick right now, but everything that we've been learning up to this point, it's like all of that packaged together in these nice little classes that we can just bring right into our code and make really cool stuff that would take us forever, doing it by hand. But we needed to know all of that stuff beforehand so we understand how Bootstrap actually works, right? Because if we're like, oh, we're just going to throw all this stuff in, no idea, then you're going to run into a point where you're like, I don't know how to fix this because I don't know how it works. So it's fantastic. Many people will tell you it's very old, and it is. And there's much better ways to do it. There might be. But it is a great use, especially first use of a library. And you can build great things with it. So it's definitely not, I wouldn't say it's out of date. I would just say it's mature, So I love it. It's really, if I'm doing a design by myself, it's what I use. I know Derek had to jump off, but I know he really likes Tailwind, which is very popular. However, it's much heavier on the code side. So it's definitely not a first type of library you'd want to learn. So Bootstrap, that's where we're going to be. It's going to get us through till Derek takes over. So the homework is to jump in there, kind of mess around, read the stuff. Definitely don't worry about like actually building with it yet. And just check it out. And then, like I said, use your AI buddy can help you kind of explain it. So if you just throw in a URL, so like if you throw in like the docs, and like the content section or the component section, I don't know what else you other. But anyway, you just throw in a URL and say, hey, can you please explain this to me? It will do that. And you can say, explain it to me like I'm a 3-year-old, and then explain it to me like I'm 7 until the click happens. Cool. Yeah, so next week on Wednesday, we'll go over design a little bit, responsiveness a little bit, and Bootstrap a lot of it. And then Saturday, the final day, will be basically starting over again with Bootstrap. And you're going to be amazed at how quickly you can throw things together with the library. Yeah. I will get the payment link, like I said, for Monday. And payment's not due until the day before module, so I think that's like the 14th of March. So payment is not due Monday, but I'll get you the link so you can start planning for that. And then we'll get into JavaScript, which I love, and it's super fun and it super hurts your head, but then it gets fun again. So a lot of pain, but a lot of good reward. So when you feel that first button click, you blow your mind. Yeah, so questions about anything we went over so far? HTML, CSS, responsiveness.
I got one thing if no one else does,
Yeah.
Brian.
Go for it.
Yeah. Brian just mentioned documentation. And I know that's not something we talked too much about. Before AI was implemented and everyone was really on board with it when it comes to writing code, the standard protocol was to read documentation. Now, obviously, we have AI to help us grasp like certain concepts and whatnot when it comes to certain programming languages. But often in times, like you'll hear a lot of developers say when you go to them with a question, they'll still say, "Well, did you read the documentation?" It's still something that's used a lot, just not as much because of AI. But you'll often in times hear us say that from now on moving forward, like, "Hey, I need help with this. I'm having some trouble understanding Flexbox. Like, can you help me out?" And kind of like from now on moving forward, one thing you'll hear a lot of is, "Well, did you read the documentation first?" So I say all that to say it is important. It is something that you'll want to consider baking into your workflow, and it is something that's a pretty standard protocol to follow. So just like Brian said earlier, like throw a URL link into whatever AI model you use and have it kind of simplify it for you. But if I were all of you, I would get into the habit of reading the documentation when we introduce a new idea to you. Read the documentation first, and then you'll probably struggle to wrap your head around it, and then jump into like a ChatGPT and say, "Hey, break this down for me. Help me understand this a little bit better." And that's what I would encourage you all to do, just to kind of bake into your workflow. And I'll share a couple of websites that kind of provide the best documentation because everyone uses different ones. But just something I want you all to keep in the back of your mind as we move forward.
Yep, absolutely. I did want to show real quick. I know I mentioned W3 schools before, but it's such a good I was gonna say documentation. It's more of helping. It is kind of sort of documentation, but not specifically. But it's super, like I was looking at the FlexGrid earlier, Flexbox, and I was arguing with AI about it, and I came in here to look, and of course AI was right, but that's fine. But you can click on like any of these that we're learning. Like here's Bootstrap, here's CSS. So if you get into here, like I went to Flexbox earlier, and it's like short and it has great examples of like how whatever topic is, like how it is, and then they have this little try yourself thing, so you have some code and can kind of throw it over there. Free Code Camp is fantastic as far as like learning, how we've been doing with all the examples. This is really cool when you're just kind of struggling a little bit, or it's a new thing and you want to get in here and just kind of get straight to the point. So W3 Schools has been helpful for me forever. So yeah, I would definitely put that in your favorites, in your bookmark. Yeah, I meant to mention that earlier, but yeah, glad I got there. Yeah, other than that, it's time. Yeah, Deanne said, yep, likes that, or D. Anything else before we go? All good. Okay. Well, enjoy your weekend. The homework is there, and I will paste the link for the recording as well, in that section. So, all right. See y'all. Talk to y'all Wednesday.
Bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Bye. Thanks.
Later.